Oh, that was a quick stop. Oh, stop time is all the way down. Anyways, welcome everybody. Welcome back. Let me switch. Yeah. We're the tune from last time has actually taken quite a bit of shape. Quite happy with it actually, to be honest. Don't know why this keeps resetting itself. That. Just do that. Cool. Anyways, yeah, tune is taking shape. I'm getting to that point where it's literally just little details that I'm working on. And I have I did some resampling before the stream. I bounced down the bass and the music groups, the theme group, and did some resampling on that. So I have a long file with a whole bunch of resampled sounds from these sounds already in the track, so I might use those to fill up some sections. There's indeed, it needs a couple of edits here and there, and I'm not entirely happy with the main res yet. I feel the main res is close, but it's not entirely there yet. And in the second half of the drop, I'm not entirely sure if I like the pattern of the bass yet, but maybe just a couple of small changes in that to make it a little bit more interesting. But in general, it did take a lot of shape since last week. Last week I was struggling to figure out what to do with the bass, and the day after I jumped into Ableton and I made pretty much this entire thing. I've been working a little bit more on it in the last few days, but... dun, dun, dun. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Hey bro, I just wondered if you make a living off of your music, because that's what I would like to do. Partially, I would say. Not my entire income comes from my music, but a big part does. So, yeah, welcome. It's Friday. Time for another stream. I was just reading the chat. Nothing spectacular yet. Yeah, so, like I said, the tune has taken quite a bit of shape. If there's any questions about anything in the track that you hear that you want to know something about, just let me know, and I'll break it down, just like usual. I'm gonna try working a bit on this, see if I can fix a couple of the sections I'm not entirely happy with, and if that doesn't work out, then we're just gonna start another track. Now, this one, I quite like where it's going. The only issue is I have nothing in the folder of my unfinished projects that makes me go, yeah, this could go with it on a release. So we might need to make another tune in this in sort of like a similar kind of style. So like a Reese kind of tune with like some chopped up breaks, just like I did for this one. And then I have 2 tracks at least, and 2 tracks is enough to put together. I mean, I could release it as a single track as well, I guess, but I don't necessarily like doing that. I would rather than just put out 2 tracks at once. No, I never released that track. That track is still in the pile of unfinished tracks. Like a lot of the tracks from the last few years. I've had this a really long period where I was just not finishing any tracks, and since then I kind of progressed quite a bit. So a lot of those tracks that I have been working on in the past, when I compare them with the stuff that I'm working on now, it just doesn't sound right, if you get what I mean. It's just in terms of the production quality and like the sound of everything, I kind of progressed a bit in the last few months, I guess, maybe last year. So yeah, that's just, I have a lot of those projects which are good ideas, but they need a lot of work to be made into a good track. And I would rather just finish the things that I started in the last couple of months, because those already sound way better, if you get what I mean. So maybe one day I'll open those projects up again, and I'll go like, oh, that one. Hey, let's finish this one, you know, but for now I'm just too busy with doing other stuff. I mean, that's how it goes, right? I mean, it's. I hear that from so many people. TC says it on his videos as well. DMB is long, mate, and it is true. It's true. Like, not just the production itself, but like getting stuff released and stuff. I mean, if you go through a record label, that is like getting stuff released takes ages. It's just, you know. It's gotten better though. Now you can just self-release stuff independently, and you can basically put stuff out whenever you want. But I mean, production itself is long too. I mean, for a lot of things, at least. I guess you can chug out a couple of tracks in a couple of days, but most drum and bass tracks probably didn't came together in that way. Yeah, I mean, I've got so many of those things, and a lot of those I'll just bounce to stems eventually, just go through them and just bounce them to stems when I've, like when I'm in like, let's say I'm having another creator's block or writer's block or something like that, and just nothing comes out that sounds good. I might have an afternoon just going through old projects and just, you know, bouncing them to audio samples, basically bouncing everything to loops and to stems, and just saving those in my sample folder, so that when I'm working on another track and I'm thinking like, hey, remember that sample from that one track, let's say that samurai track, I can use that right now, you know, and samples from that track might just end up in a completely different track. It's just, yeah, I mean, same here, man. I've got like, I think about 10 tracks now as well that are close to being done. It's just, they're just little tweaks here and there. And the same thing is with this one. Like, I want to tweak a couple of sections, and it needs a couple of things as well, like a couple of extra bass things coming in, maybe when the main bass cuts out, stuff like that. But I don't want to bore you guys with tweaking the bass line for like 6 hours straight. So, we'll see what we do. You never know how these pros release so fast. Well, it's pretty much the exact same thing we're talking about right now. They've been doing that for a long time as well. See, the thing is, a lot of the people that are big, I mean, let's say, I don't know, let's say Matthias. He's been making music for a while too, and he's probably got hundreds of unfinished projects on his hard drives as well, just like everybody on that level has. So at that point, it's just basically, at one point you reach that level where you can just, you know, make it better, right? You can just listen to it and say to yourself, okay, what do I need to do to make this better? And at that point, you can just go through your old projects and just finish them, right? And if you've already got hundreds and hundreds of projects that are, like, half finished, you can get a lot more stuff done in a short time. So I could see how somebody could release a lot of stuff in a short amount of time by just finishing older projects that they've already put a lot of work in. No, I don't have a Patreon. Well, I do have one, but it's not public. I'm working on new tutorials. I'm working on some, as you could see with the new intro screen as well, with my new background and stuff. I'm working on some stuff to redesign everything similar for like the tutorials, and when that is all done, I'll probably launch a Patreon as well. I mean, I've had the account for like probably since they started the website. I just never really pushed through with it, but I'm planning to change that. Anyways, yeah, so I have some files, or one file I think, in which I resampled a good amount of the sounds in this track. So I could see if there's some interesting sounds in there that we can use somewhere in the track. I should probably put it right here. Okay, that's gonna take a bit of time for that to load. We'll just play the track real quick and see where we need something. Like, this part is alright. I think we could maybe have something here, or at least maybe take care of that res here. Let's see. Like, maybe some reverb on the end of it. I have a reverb here, I think. No, that's a high pass. This is a reverb. Let's map this to a macro knob. So I can increase that volume here. Maybe do something like that. It might be too loud. It's going up to 6 dB. Let's change that real quick to 0. So that we get a little bit more reverb there, because it's quite sharp when the high pass goes all the way up. Then this section, I don't think I want to do the same thing. I mean, I can try it out. Let's copy it like this. Do it there as well. I'll just do that, because it's high passed here as well, so there's no low end. But here it's lowered, so I'm not sure if I want to do it here. Oh yeah, why not? 20 euros.
Brother, we made it. High fives, to Canada, Hoden, Bail, Ban, Bo.
Thanks for the 20 euros, mate. Thanks a lot. High fives back to Canada. If anybody wants to donate and help support the stream, by the way, you can use the link that is in the chat right now. So if you want to help support just like Slurms just did, then that is how you can do that. Or you could buy some sample packs, of course. And you can do that using that link. Anyways, yeah. What were we doing? We were, oh yeah, working on this section here. Hey Juan, welcome. I hope I pronounced it right. Yeah, so I think the main reason here, it needs something extra, because I feel like it misses something in the higher frequencies. And I've been struggling with that for the past few days, to be quite honest. I've tried out a couple of things, and none of them I thought, yeah, that's what I like. So I'm probably not going to do that now. I am gonna try maybe use this file here. Maybe I can find something in here that I can use on top of the main res. But I doubt it, to be honest, because I think there's more like atmospheric sounds in here. It was done with Portal, running that the stems through Portal and just seeing what I could do with that. So it's very like all over the place. It's more maybe for like transitions. Is this the track I talked about on TC Stream? I'm not sure. It could be, probably, because this is the track I've been working on in the past week. So, I guess, yeah. There's a lot of just weird stuff. Those are these little sort of like stabs here. I kinda like how it sounds, really. They sound really interesting. Just not sure how I'm gonna work those into the track. Like that could be used on top of a sub. Sounds a little bit... yeah, that could be used. That is all over the place. Yeah, true, these are more sounds that I would use in the intro, indeed. But I think the intro itself is actually pretty much done. I think the intro itself sounds good. Like, I think this entire section, from like here to... well, I guess up until here sounds good. Maybe this section needs a little more work, but this section is pretty much done. It's just that this section might need one extra thing or something at the start, just to kind of give it maybe just some noise that filters out, or some reverb, I don't know, something like that. Just to give it a little bit more space. But pretty much this section I'm quite happy with. This section I'm quite happy with too. It's just that it needs a couple of edits here and there, and just some stuff that gives it a little bit of variation. This part is pretty much the same as this part, so except for, well, no, it's actually pretty much the same. So I guess we could say that that part is pretty much done too. Maybe a little slight change in the second build, something like that. And then the second drop, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna do much of a variation to the first drop. Maybe a little bit, but just one slight note or something. I don't even think it needs that much of a difference. Yeah, this was just taking the stems of this track and running it through Portal. Okay, this might be loud. No, there's just actually bass. Like that. Could be a section that you could use somewhere at the end. But like, there's good sounds in here. It's just... gotta search for the right bits. And this file is huge. Like... this first section is the bass and well, basically the entire bass group resampled, and I have also stretched it out with the Ableton warp mode. So with the texture mode, I stretched it out to 4 times the original length, and I set the grain size. You can kind of tune the grain size, right? You've got the grain size if you let me just show you what I mean. current project, stems, bass. So I had the bass. And I basically just took this sample and I warped it, set it to the texture warp mode, brought the flux all the way down, and this grain size is set in milliseconds. So I searched up on the internet what the amount of milliseconds is for a D sharp note, and I picked, I think, a D sharp 1, and that is 38.98 if I'm correct. And then I stretched this out twice, so 4 times the original length. So what you get is, that's how I got that stuttery kind of effect. Well, it's not really stuttery, but I guess that stuttery thing did came from Portal then. But that's what I did, see? But because it's tuned to the actual D sharp, which the track is in as well, that's the root of the track. So because that's tuned, that grain size now on every D sharp note will actually fall in time with the cycles of the wave. And that kind of makes it sound more pleasing. It's not as random. Now, obviously, if the bass goes to like a different note, it's not in tune anymore, and it will sound slightly more random. But I feel like doing that, when you stretch it out to resample things, it just keeps the quality better, and it sounds a lot more like, well, it just sounds more pleasing, you know? Because that D sharp note is going to be the note that is going to be the most used note in this entire bass line. I mean, let's be honest, it's the root of the track. So that's going to be like the main note. So if you tune this then and then stretch it out, it sounds quite pleasing. And then I threw Portal on it and went completely crazy with it. I just basically browsed through some presets and played around with that XY graph. Still have to get into like making my own presets. But it's like so many... Yeah, Portal is really good. I love it as well. It's so... nice atmosphere. Now, I also did some resamples that were not stretched. And that are these. But this was probably the theme group. And then here we have the bass again. Ooh. I love what this thing does, man. These higher things. See that one? That one is basically on its own. I could even maybe layer that with the main steps that I already have. There's such weird things to it. Yeah. See, here it just goes completely nuts. Like on some on bass sounds with a lot of sub, it sometimes just doesn't work nice. But sometimes there might actually be like artifacts from the distortion in this file during these sections that you might want to use. Just like high pass it so that you only have the high frequencies left. See, like that section actually still sounds usable. And then here it goes completely shit again. Sorry if it's really loud. Whoa, that's weird. Yo, great. Yeah, I did a Portal session this afternoon. Yeah, I know. What I would a lot of times do with these sort of like projects is just look for a section where I need something. You know, let's say here. Say we need something here. No clue what, but we need something there. That's when I would just say, okay, I'm just gonna grab this section and just put that in this group here. And just see what we get. And if we don't like what we hear, we're just gonna do this. Hold Alt and just click and drag. And just find something we do like. Maybe one of those bits here. No, where was it? Was it here? No, it was further in the file. One annoying thing that went with long files like this is that it doesn't work when you zoom all the way out. It doesn't want to zoom. It only wants to go back, not forward. That's so annoying. So you have to zoom in again, and then it works. Not sure if that's only me, but I think this section had the weird. And then just find something you like. Like you could use something like that as well. Just say like, okay, I like that. Just do this. Use it as a reverse. See, you can. It's easy to kind of work them into a track like this. It's just a lot of trial and error. That actually it's actually in time. What? Where the hell did that come from? I guess that's Portal then that's doing that, because there's no rhythmic bass in this that does a perfect 1/8 note timing. Okay. You can kind of make something that works like that. The drums. The drums are actually not that complicated in this track, to be honest. It all started with this one. And there's I think it's on this one. No. Oh, it's sidechain. Well, what is it? Huh? Is it sidechain? Ah, yes, it is. So it started with that break, which is just a break from a sample pack that I chopped up last week. So, how do you do that again? Can I see the sample? Show in browser. So that was the break that I chopped up and basically rearranged everything. So we've got the kick drum. Then we've got the snare drum on a different channel. Oh. And here we've got... God damn it. Come on, mouse, don't start acting up now. Here we've just got some hats. Like that. And then some ghost snares in this one. So that's all just from the original break. And then I layered it with this one. So without those, because, oh yeah, I actually have quite a bit of stuff layered in it. This is just a break. And here it goes to a different pattern. But I then laid it with this one. Just to give it a little bit more high end. You can use swing and drum and bass. I actually have been doing a little bit with swing lately. Could maybe do something like that today. Could maybe do something with a bit of swing today. It's actually quite fun. So yeah, just gives it a little bit more high end. And then there's another one in here. Doing that. So layering that in. Oh. And then with. See, we just get more high frequencies in it now by doing that. Then there's these noise things. So those just hit on every kick and snare. And I did that here too. And they're pretty low in the mix. Like if you can look here on the individual channels, they're down to like minus 17 decibels. And I think they're not even at 0 decibels before that. No, they're probably somewhere around like minus 25 decibels, and then I brought them down a little bit more here too. So they're probably at like minus 26 or minus 27 decibels. But it just adds a little bit of noise into the drums. So let's close these down. This is without. It's very subtle, but it just fills out the high end a little bit more on the main kick and snare. And how I did this, by the way, it's actually pretty simple. It's just taking a vital with some white noise and running that through a high pass filter, and then I've just used this LFO to kind of create the shape. So you can see that the kick drum is really sharp, and there's no attack, or there's no click either. They have a little bit of attack, and then there's like a really sharp curve down on the kick, and on the snares it's a little bit more mellow, so it has a little bit more length on the snares. So that's pretty simple actually. And then there's just some slight EQ on that. Same thing for like the groups here, the tracks here, there's really minimal processing going on. So on the kick you can see I'm dipping a little bit around, what is it, 182, 200-ish hertz, which is where the snare sits. I'm actually dipping on the snare as well because it had a little bit too much of the fundamental frequency, and I'm adding my own fundamental frequency to it with a separate layer. I'll show that in a bit. Hats, just high passing those to make sure they don't have any low end. Same thing with the ghost hits here, because there's no kicks in there. There was some sub in there, so I just got rid of that. And then these are just high passed as well, just to add some high end. Then in the next section, oh wait, we have one more I should get into, and that's the hats. A little bit more stuff happening on the hats, but it's very simple too. Just a high pass, some reverb, transient shaper, bring the sustain down. Ah. Okay, see, that's with the reverb itself. And this makes it a bit more snappier again. Rolling off some of the really high frequencies. They were getting a bit much, and I didn't really like them that sharp, because we already had a lot of high end from the break itself. It just needed some extra like percussion, and then just boosting it a bit on the drive. So with that, it just fills it out a little bit more. And then finally I have this one, which is not being used, I think. Oh, that's in the intro. That's nothing to worry about. And then we've got this last little shaker, which is coming from the tiny break. That's a break from the old Jungle Warfare packs. Really good shaker, so I've used that. Kind of just chopped that to MIDI as well, just to make that come in during the second half of the first 16. Just to add even more high end, basically. It's also high passed, so same kind of thing as with the other layers. Now, then I got to the point where I thought I need some more. Where's the sidechain? Let me turn that back on. Oh yeah, and on the group there's just some extra processing. It's mostly just trash 2. So that's where all the grid is coming from. It's just trash 2 with the electric trash preset. Quite high up on the style here, and on the drive on 2.3, so it's quite up.
Sup art, no whiskey tonight?
No, I haven't drank any whiskey since New Year's Eve, to be quite honest. I got so drunk. I'm actually I don't want whiskey anymore, at least for a while. Thanks for the 10 euros, medic. Thanks a lot. Yo, Artifacts, what's the typical hat velocity for a roller DMB track? I wouldn't really have a particular velocity. It depends on the track. It depends on what else is in the track, and I would just do it by ear, pretty much, and just see what sounds best, because the level can change for a lot of different things. Like, if you have a more low pass bass, I might add more, or I might have them quieter. If there's like a much more mid-rangey bass, then the hats might need to be louder, otherwise you don't hear them. You know, there's way too much things going on to be able to just give you a level. Do it by ear and see what sounds best. And that goes for pretty much everything, for me at least. Like, okay, certain sounds, like my kick will always peak at 0, and then I'll bring it down on the group or on the track to like, or my kick and snare basically hit at like 0 decibels, and then I bring the drums group down to -8, so I know the kick and snare hit at -8. Same for like the bass. The bass is usually peaking at -1 or 0 on the group itself, and then I bring the group down to -8, so I know that the bass sits at that level. But like everything else, other than the kick, snare, and the bass group, everything else is just mixed to taste, and it has no particular like predefined level that I'll set it to. It's really just listening to what it sounds like and taking the level up or down until I like where it sits. Anyways, so yeah, we have the break, a little bit of processing, we've got the trash, then we've got a little bit of EQ, just to make it a bit more brighter. High pass filter that's used in the build-up. Same with this EQ here. Quite a bit of EQ happening in this section, but it's not that crazy. Again, just taking more mids out, I guess, and then just making it a little bit brighter. And it's also low passed in the build. Bit of saturation with the saturator, boosting the transient here. Not sure, because I'm taking it out on the snare track itself. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. This is basically just limiting it, so in case it goes over 0, it's just cutting it off. And I use this one because if I then want to make it tighter, or if I want to pronounce the transients more, then I could do that, but I didn't in this case. And then a sidechain, that's sidechaining to the snare transient, because I added a separate snare transient, and I wanted the snare from the break to just duck out a little bit more, so I just added a little bit of sidechain compression there. Nah, man, the breaks group is not even that big. It's still pretty straightforward. It's mostly because this, see, like this to here, like these 4 tracks is basically one break. So, like if you take that away, it's only a couple of extra layers. It's just like this was the main break, but I wanted to be able to process the hats and the ghost hits and the snare and the kick different from each other. So I had to EQ them basically, and I could have done it in the rack itself, but I mean, then I would have had to do the same EQ on multiple different of these, and I basically just figured if I split it up in a couple of different tracks, I can just, you know, EQ them more easily, so that's what I did. Yeah, I know timer patch up too, but I don't have it. So yeah, that's basically it for the entire breaks group. I can hear that sidechain is really quick, 2.3 milliseconds. It's really only taking the first part of the kick all the way down, or the snare all the way down. So the transient of that snare is completely gone. And then I decided to add this one, which is basically just a transient from a snare that I liked the transient of. I tuned it to the right key and made it really short, so it's only this. And you can see I kind of EQ'd it because I didn't want any high end, only wanted this area here. And that is being added to the break. So this without, and then this with. See, so we kind of get that sort of like transient back, but this one is a bit more consistent and a little bit more punchier than the one that came from the original break. And I can kind of bring some more high end in if I want. But I kind of like it right here. I heard of track spacer, but I never used it. And I did the same with the kick drum here as well. So I took Vital, made a kick drum. Actually a really long kick drum, now I hear it by itself. For drum bass track. But it does work. It's a kick that has almost no power on its own. Why is it so long though? Well, whatever, I'm not gonna touch it because it sounds good in the mix. I do wanna I wanna see how long it is. Take the output of the kick track. Yeah, it's quite long. I'll probably cut it off here. Make it something like this. That's plenty for a drum bass track. In terms of length. But it sounds alright in a mix. It's more like adding a bit of low end to the kick of the break. So that's also the reason why I didn't add any like higher frequencies on the kick from Vital. And it's just a really simple kick. I can open Vital up, but it's just super simple. It's just a sine wave with a pitch envelope, that's it. There's not even a volume envelope. Well, I played around with envelope 1 here to kind of give it the shape that I want, but that's it. It's like super simple. So that is layered with the break as well. And then you kind of get the full... So this without... And then this is with. Yeah, it's definitely too long. Let's see if I can tweak that. Okay, what if we do... See, and now it's already still a little long, but it's alright. I can always put a transient shaper on it later if I want to. But with that kick, it just adds the right amount of sub, and I know that the sub is clean and is in the right key. Whereas if I'm using the break, it's quite difficult to figure out what the sub is, and it layers well with the kick from the break as well. So I didn't even sidechain it. And I think that's basically it for the drums. Yeah, that's it. And on the drums group, there's just another transient shaper doing absolutely fucking nothing. It's only limiting it when it goes over 0, which it does. On the snare drum. Like on the snare, it definitely peaks above 0, but this one just cuts it off. And it sounds like it cuts it off at 0, but it doesn't sound any different. So like it pretty much sounds identical, even though it's quieter. So I'm fine with that. That's why I like using that transient shaper for like just chugging on my drums. I sometimes do the same with iZotope Trash, although iZotope Trash does tend to color the sound when you do that. Any top tips for anyone who's just started working with breaks? I don't know, just experiment a lot. Just put like all kinds of stuff on it and see what happens. Like, it's a lot of fun just figuring out what you can do with it. And chop them to MIDI. I'm not sure like what DAW you use, but if you use Ableton, chopping them to MIDI is absolutely great, because then you can easily rearrange them and just play around with the different hits. Oh yeah, a good tip I can give, by the way. People who've been watching in the last couple of weeks already know this, but if you have like a collection of Rex breaks, which are files that end on the file type RX2. Rex breaks are, I think, originally coming from Reason, And I think originally you would use them only in Reason, and I think some older, I don't know, some older software, maybe some trackers or something like that. But Ableton fully supports Rex formats as well, and the beauty of that is versus WAV files. If you drag in a WAV file into Ableton will try to calculate where the drum hits are, and it will add little markers in the file when you look it up at the bottom here. So when you look at it here in the bottom, you would see when it's warped here at the top, you see these little markers, right? Now this is not a drum loop, but these little markers here, those are basically Ableton trying to detect the transients of sounds. Now for a WAV file, it'll basically guess. It'll look at the file and say like, okay, that's where the transients are, but sometimes it misses a couple of ones, or sometimes it'll place the marker, I don't know, halfway through the transient of your kick drum, and it cuts off the first part, and that first part then ends up in the slice, or in the sound that is before it, you know, stuff like that, and you have to clean it up afterwards, or make sure that the markers are in the right place. But Rex files, if you drag in a Rex file into Ableton, it actually has that information in them. So I've just dragged in a Rex file, and all these markers here are in the exact right spot. So that's a good tip I can give you. If you have breaks or sample packs that come with Rex breaks, don't throw the Rex breaks away and put your wave samples and the wave files of the breaks in your sample folder, like I always used to do. Like I always just would take the WAV files and say like, I don't need all these other ones, they're just taking up space. I'm just gonna take the WAV files and chuck everything else away. But now I actually went out of my, I went through all my sample packs that I bought over the years, and just basically re-downloaded them and just took out all the Rex breaks and put those in their own folder, because it's so much easier. You just chop up the Rex break, say slice to MIDI, boom, and immediately 22 slices, and that will correspond to how many markers are in here. And it's so much better. I mean, I was the same. I would just look at it and be like, damn it, why would I need the same, you know, the same files twice, just with a different file format. But the Rex files are actually much more easier to work with, because you don't have to adjust the markers and you don't have to clean that up. And you basically don't have to worry. You just drag it in, you can immediately slice it to MIDI, and it will always be correct. The only time it will not be correct is if the person making the Rex break has not put in the right markers. Then it might fuck it up, but I haven't come across any break yet that didn't have the markers in, so yeah, it seems to work really well. So I guess that's my tip. actually thinking that this little weird sound that came out of Portal might actually work. Probably just gonna cut this off and just do it like that. Maybe with some processing, we can make this one work. Fuck it, I'll just leave it at what it was. Which slicing preset is good? I guess just if you just quickly want to chop up a break, the default built-in one, and then either the one with velocity or the one without, whatever you want. I prefer with, because then you have the ability to make some kick drums or some hats a little bit quieter, if you want to, and have other ones louder, which is, you know, can help to add some groove. But the best preset for slicing is the one that you've made yourself. You can make your own default presets, and it's actually pretty simple. I guess I could demonstrate it. I haven't done it in a while, but it's not that difficult. So you take a new MIDI track, and first thing you want to do is take a drum rack, put that on your MIDI track, so you have a drum rack right here. And what you then want to do is you want to set this drum rack up. So what you want to first do is you want to grab either a simpler or a sampler. Now, I don't like simpler because it usually warps audio files when you drag something into it. And when you use simpler for slicing, it'll most of the time also turn on warping. I'm not entirely sure if there's an option to not have it do that, but it's really annoying. So I just prefer using sampler because it has more options as well. So I made a preset with sampler. So you just drag one in on one of the slots, and you don't put a sample in here. You just start basically setting it up how you want it. So let's say you don't want key tracking on the filter because then it's going to take off low end even though it's all the way up. So maybe you don't even want the filter. Let's turn it all the way off. I want velocity sensitivity 45%. I want the volume to be at whatever. I'm just going to leave it at this one. And now you can just start mapping things. So let's say you want to have the attack to macro 1, the decay to macro 2, the sustain to macro 3, and the release to macro 4, something like that, whatever. Let's say we will use the filter, map that to macro 5. Let's turn the shaper on, map that to macro 6, so that we can increase the amount of distortion on it, and let's map the transpose. And what else? Do we have one thing more we can map? That might be interesting. Doesn't matter. Let's just do the volume so we can change the volume if we want to. So now we have a preset basically. And now what you do is you save this one. So just click the save icon. It pops up in your browser. Save it under a name. And then what you want to do is go to that folder where it has saved that file. So I don't think you can right click on a preset in Ableton and show in Explorer. No, you cannot do that. But what you want to do is you just want to find out where on your PC it saves the presets. Now usually I think it's in your documents folder or in your program data if you're on Windows. I'm not sure where it is on Mac, but I know that these locations are listed on the Ableton help website. So if you just search Ableton preset file folders, something like that, then it'll probably pop up as the first search result on Google, and it'll tell you where the default location for presets is on Windows and Mac. Find out where that is and copy that preset that you've just saved. And then you want to go to, I think it's in the same folders as well, somewhere in that same category of folders. You want to go to a folder called defaults, and then there's a folder slicing. And if that folder is not there, then you just need to make that folder yourself and put the preset in there. And then every time you slice something to MIDI, then automatically that preset that you've made will pop up in that list of the slicing window. Now, I'm not entirely sure where those folders are out of the top of my head. It's been a really long time since I've done this, but I've basically just created my own preset with the settings that I want to have on it, and that way it just works. And that's, in my opinion, the best preset you can have, the one that you've made yourself, so it's pretty much what you need and what you like. I'm not sure, I'm actually thinking maybe you can also put like audio effects in it. I don't think so. Well, maybe you can. I mean, a drum rack is a rack. So I guess if you put the... So I'm just thinking, does drum rack has sends, right? Or not? No, it doesn't. Okay, only instrument rack has that then. Oh, no, wait, it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, that's sick. So you could even have, like, for instance, I don't know, let's say you want to have a slicing preset for making glitchy drums. You can make a complete drum rack preset with, like, just some regular controls here. Maybe not map the entire ADSR envelope to all these 4 macros, but maybe only take the decay time and the sustain, so that you can bring the sustain all the way down and make the decay time shorter, so you can make really short drum hits, and then use the other macros for like weird glitchy plugins, you know? Put some weird glitchy effects in here and map some knobs from that. You can even put third-party effects in here, and just map knobs from that to your macro knobs, and you can have a crazy drum rack preset that is one of your default slicing presets that you can just pick from that list, and automatically it will have a whole ton of effects loaded up, and you can just start using the macro knobs right away. So you could even do that, yeah. Might have to try that out someday, make some racks. Yes, we were working on this one. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe with some effects that one could actually be pretty interesting. Let's try... What if I take... do multipass or snap heap, one of the two. Let's try snap heap. What else can we put on this? Probably some delay. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's been a while since I've done that, but it's quite nice, you know, just to make your own preset, because it's so much better when you want to use it, because it'll have everything that you normally want to put on that, you know. A lot of those default presets, like they work well, they're good, but a lot of times I'll be, you know, like, oh, I wish I had a preset with this in it, or I wish I could do this right away, you know, and I'll just end up using like third-party effects and putting them on different slices because I want to use it on more than one slice. And it's just annoying because you have to do it like all manually, and it just takes time, you know. And if you know, like I've chopped up breaks so much that I know what I'm gonna be putting on those breaks, right? So I guess I shouldn't. I didn't knew I could put VST effects in it as well. So I'm now thinking. I was just thinking while I was explaining it, like, oh wait, these are actually just recs. So I could put VSTs in here as well. It doesn't have to be native Ableton stuff, and it should theoretically still work. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I should make one that also has like isotope trash in it with, like, I guess the drive map to a macro knob, so I can easily just do that, you know. Because that's something I do on pretty much every time I slice up a break. I'll add isotope trash to beef it up at however much I want it to be beefed up, basically, you know? It's just... And if you just do all that stuff already beforehand and just save that as a default preset, then it saves you so much more time when you actually are slicing breaks up. I mean, that goes for a lot of things. I mean, it goes for sound design too. If you take some time out of your day to make some presets in a synth, and the next time you're working on a track, you don't have to make every sound from scratch, but you can load up some presets that you've made earlier and play around with them right away, you know. And maybe you have an idea, and if you would have to make a patch first, then you might lose that idea. So something I do a lot, at least. Yeah, not sure what I want to do with this, if I like it. No. Let's just get rid of that. It's completely by accident that it's in time, but I don't necessarily like it. For some reason that did also work. It's sometimes just taking a little chunk and just saying, okay, that sounds kind of cool, just to fill a section up, you know? Only question is, where are you going to use it? Yeah, okay. I think I'm just gonna start another one, because this one is just doing really tiny tweaks. I'm quite happy with what this one sounds like already. It's just a couple of small things, and those are gonna take some time, but that's gonna be one boring ass stream if that's what I'm gonna be doing all night. But I need another track that sounds sort of like similar to this one, I guess, that can go with this one. So I guess we can make one. What should we do first? Guess finding a break. I'm not sure if I want to do a health time. Yeah, that's quite a nice break, to be honest. Quite a nice one. Let's save that one. That one is so nice too. I love the sound of that break. It's I think it's a Bernie Purdy, whatever he's called, break that's been chopped up and rearranged. It's called Bernie, so it would make sense. That one is really good too. Isn't that the one that I used in the previous track? No, it's not that one. That one too. I actually wanted to make a track with like a lot of pretty much a break that would have a lot of 16s, if you get what I mean, so a really syncopated kind of feel, but we could go this route too. That thing is really fucking heavy. Maybe even with such a pattern that we have like a kick in front of the first snare. So like... But this break is not really the one that I like. These are the original jungle breaks packs from Loopmasters. Ooh, that one is nice too. But But I'm not gonna do this pattern again, because that's the one I did in the previous track. And I mean, doesn't matter what the pattern of the drum loop is, because you can change that up, and I will end up changing that as well. That one is good too. Yeah, this pack has so many good breaks. It's like, I don't know, man. This pack is one of the better packs that I have for breaks. And they're all pretty, like, they're all pretty quiet still, if you get what I mean. See? They're like, they have plenty of headroom, so you can just slam them into a distortion and just get good results, you know? They're not like processed to death, if you get what I mean. Like they are after I've treated them with a little bit of isotope trash, but they're pretty good though. That one is really good too. Bit more rim shot action. Oh, I'm actually gonna keep this one for now. Might use that actually. And there's so many as well, like... I'm now currently in the 166 BPM folder, and I can keep scrolling. It's just like... I was just coming from the 165 BPM folder. That's how fucking detailed this pack is. It has like 165, and before that, do we have 164? Yes, 164, 163, 162... 161, 160, it is literally like, pretty much all BPMs are in it. And it goes up to like 180 or something. And I think the 166 folder, for instance, has like, probably like over 100 breaks. So there's like a lot of them in this pack as well. I'm not even sure how many there are. And there's 2 volumes of the pack as well. And sometimes I even end up combining a couple of ones together. Oh, that one has a good sound though, let me save that. That one is pretty decent. Bit of a low snare, but maybe this one might sound good when it's pitched up. Oh, I can pitch it still. Oh, nice. So you can just easily... Yeah, this is all the first pack. There's a second one as well, if I go all the way down. These are from the second pack. Now these are quite quick, but... I think the first pack has more ones that I like, but the second one is still pretty good. Like, I really like that snare. That one is pretty nice too, if chopped up. Ooh, that one has a really good shuffle. It's really quiet, but let me save that one for later. Hey Alice, welcome. I'm using the Bassline DT880 Pros. I hope you could hear that, because that was a pretty loud break. I'm using the DT880 Pros from Bassline. Yeah, I think I like the first one more, to be honest. That one is marked already, because clearly sounds pretty good. It's just, yeah, I think I already used that one in a different track. I mean, I started out making drum and bass and realized pretty early on that I absolutely fucking sucked. Because I knew nothing about making music. And then I had an entire journey through all kinds of genres, and eventually I came back to making drum and bass. So it's just, you know, whatever works, I guess. But I kind of started out making hip-hop and drum and bass. And hip-hop actually worked pretty well, but drum and bass was a completely different story. Ooh. Ooh, I like that one. Let's chop this one up. Let's chop that to meaty. D&B is hard, that's why it's sick. Yeah, I kinda agree. Let me just leave it on here as well. No, I don't. I do have some other speakers, but they're pretty old and small as well, so I don't use them a lot. Now, somebody was saying earlier, can you make drum and bass with swing? Yes, and we might try it out on this one. Would be weird, but we could try it out. So now we have the break completely quantized, because the original break, if we look at it, you can see that this snare drum is a little bit early. See? These breaks are probably actually drummed, if I'm thinking about it now. Like they're probably one-shot drum samples that were used to make, you know, the kits. Maybe they're live and then processed. Who knows? But I think they're mostly made out of one-shot hits, but then probably put onto like a drum, you know, one of those digital drum kits, so that they can drum it in for like the groove, because a lot of these hits are not perfectly aligned to the grid. See, this one is late, this one is slightly early, this one is also slightly early, this one is almost right on the grid. See, it's not completely quantized, so You can tell I'm heavily hip-hop oriented. Yeah, well, that's what I mostly made in the first couple of years that I made music. Basically made hip-hop beats. And I had a lot of hip-hop people around me, so I guess that kind of helps. Now, if we are going to do it with swing, what I would do is if you have, let's say, we don't have another 16th note here, but let's say we had one. Let's say this was the kick, and there was another one there. So just for now, it looks like this is 16ths. What I then would do is take the 2nd and the 4th 16th, and maybe delay them to like that line. See, so now you can't really see it that well. I should change that in my Ableton skin, but hope you can see the lines here still. Basically, you zoom in until 1/16th note is divided up into 4 sections, and then you just delay those slightly. You could also move to triplets. That's how most people would do swing, I guess. Just move to triplets and I guess switch to this one. But that one, like actual triplets, is going to be a lot of swing. See, it's even more swing than what I was doing. So what I usually do is I just keep it on the regular grid, so 16ths, or just straight grid, not triplet grid, and narrow, yeah, and just move them over like, what is that? 1/64th note or something like that? I guess? Yes, because this is a 16th, then half of that is 1/32nd, and then this is indeed 1/64th. So just delay them 1/64th note. And then do the same thing here. Now this is gonna be like that, because this is an empty slice for some reason. And I guess just extend those, and then we get, and you can hear it actually still works. Now triplets is yeah, I don't know, triplets, there's almost no breaks in triplets as well, so that's kind of making it more difficult too if you want to slice breaks up, because you'll have to adjust every single hit basically, except maybe the main snare, because the snare will hit on the 2 and 4 most of the time, so that one will still be in the right place. And the first kick on the first beat, probably, but the kick on the off beat, for instance, in front of the snare, so this kick right here, that one will not be in the right spot, so that one will either have to be moved forward or backward to meet the triplet grid, so it's like, you'll have to adjust a lot in your breaks, so... when I do triplet tracks, I usually write the drums completely from scratch, or use addictive drums to make a break in triplets, you know? That I then chop up later, something like that. That usually makes it a bit easier. Now... It's a shame that there's a hat on that kick drum. And there's not on this one, but I don't like how it cuts off. But maybe if I do this, let's adjust this a little bit. I'm gonna adjust this slope as well. It's a little bit more like that. And let's copy that to all siblings, so all the slices have the same. Okay, don't like that, so let's get rid of that one. Now I'm going to, I don't like them this short actually, but let me make that a little bit longer. Yeah, see, and that one has an open hat on it, so this break is not the one that I'm going to use. Sorry, but that's not the one that I'm going to use. Let's see what else we have. Which ones did we had here? Yeah, not really what I'm looking for. Yeah, I would do it like that, 1/64th, and if that's too much, then go to, I guess, 128. I mean, you have to zoom in a lot, but it makes it easy because you can just still align things to the grid. You just have to zoom in more. Kinda like that one. Oh, fuck. I did with the wrong slicing preset. Take my own slicing preset. And let's take this one again. Drop that on here. These ones have hats on them too, so I don't think this is the one. Oh wait, fuck. I'm stupid. Let's get rid of that one. Ah. Yeah, okay, that has a bit of a rolling kind of vibe. Let's put... What's the vibe today? Well, somebody said a roller. I think I do want to have a little roller, but we need something that is a bit more in the style of the track I have been making in the past few days. I think I have it here. Oh yeah. So I can bring that track in here actually, so we have it in here. Set that to go to there. Bring it down a bit so it's not gonna clip if it is gonna go crazy, but And this one is not entirely done yet, but it's pretty close. So it's a bit of like a Reese tune. I don't know, I think with a roller, what for me makes a roller is something that has a vibe that it feels as if, well, people usually feel like as if it's rolling, but what I usually see that as is that it has a lot of syncopation, and it doesn't have to be just the drums doing that, because there's rollers with very minimal drums, but usually there are either one or multiple elements in the track that are together creating a 16th note pattern, if you get what I mean. And that usually, in my opinion at least, just creates, well, it's difficult, I don't know. I guess there's also things that some people would call roller that other people won't, you know? I guess whatever it feels like. Let me actually save this project before we do anything else. It's the 29th. But yeah, we have this one. So it has to go with that track probably. Put that in there as a reference. Leave it there. Let me just get rid of that. Cool. I like this break though. Let's get rid of that. Let's see what this is peaking at if I have to pitch this. Okay, snare drum is peaking on C, which means that this would work in a this break, the way it is, would work in a track in F, pretty much, because C is a perfect fifth above F, so an F minor chord, top note of that chord is going to be C. So that would work in a track in the key of F. So I guess key of F it is. Now, what if you add swing to that, like I was doing earlier? No, not that one, that one. See, I'm looking at for the ones that are basically on the... see, these would be your 8 notes. So I'm looking for the ones in between those. So that one not, this one. Those are both 8 notes. That is an 8 note, and then this is a 16th. So I'm taking that one. Offsetting those. 1/64th. Making these a little bit longer. Okay, this one needs to be longer because that's a kick. I think I'm actually gonna go for straight notes on this, but then with this one longer. Yeah, so that's a pattern we could do. also go for something like this. No, the other one is better. Now let's see if we can layer something else in here. That's the one we had. Okay, let's go back to my breaks folder. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of all of these. That one has a really good sort of like ghost snares. Let me put an EQ on this track as well. No, let's just do that later. I'm just gonna slice this one to MIDI as well. Move it below the other one. And I'm just gonna take these, copy them, and drop them on this break. So immediately I can also check what that break is, what the key is of this break. So we have that one hits on a D sharp. So would have to go down on that one. I'm not sure if I like that. It's 3 down. Then it gets really low. How? Oh no, then it's actually the same spot as the other one. But I'm mostly looking at those ghost hits though, so... Let's go in here, let's quantize this one. Fix it. And let me do the same thing as what I did here. Let's bring the sustain down, curve this one up a bit, and copy that to all siblings. Probably shorten this one up a bit. Probably shorten them up even more. Not sure if I like this break with the other one. Okay, first of all, let's see if we can... that. I can actually just copy the MIDI of this. This one lacks some serious low, high frequencies. I usually only look at the kick and snare to be in the same key, or not even in the same key, just in a key that works with the track, you know. I hadn't done that yet on this one. Curve it up. I should have made a new preset with that curve up again, because I kind of like it more like that, but... There we go, now it becomes more tight. Okay, so let's say we have that. What else does it need? That's the break that I used in the last track. That one almost has the exact same pattern as what I'm doing. Sounds absolutely shit. That one could work. I'm not using those, right? Some of these breaks sound so similar. Like I would almost think I'm already using them. What is that one? No. No, I'm not using them. Oh yes, it needs bass. Don't worry, but I'm making some drums first. Slice the MIDI. I think this one could be nice for some high end. It has some more high end than the other one. So let's just copy this. God damn it. Paste. I mean, I could put the trash on the group because it's the same trash anyway, but doesn't matter. Let's quantize this one. We have to adjust some things again. Okay, this one needs... Now it has no sub, I know. That's because I would add a separate kick. I do want to know what this sounds like if I put a transient shaper on it. Yeah, not what I want. That's better though. My mouse is so annoying. Every now and then it moves something. I guess I move too quick. And it moves something that I don't want. Okay, let's call this breaks layered or whatever. We can drag this out, close this down as well. This one down. There's one on here too. Yes. Okay. That's probably better. I guess let's add a kick and snare real quick as well. I think it should be fine the way it is. Okay, maybe not. Probably want to make that a little bit cleaner. See where that is coming from, probably. Ah, there. Probably we'll have to do that together with everything else. Let's quickly do this as well. It's my sidechain. So I can just do that. Now, I don't have to do kick drums on all of the kicks from the break either. I can also do it like this. And then on the break, what I can do is take a compressor or an LFO tool, doesn't really matter, but I usually just use the Ableton Live 8 compressor. Set this to kick sidechain, make it pretty damn short. Maybe a little longer than this, but we'll see. And bring this one in as well. Okay, I guess I do want to have that. Let's just do every kick for now. So I'm thinking to just leave this one out and just do that. Leave this one out. And that one as well. Just do that pattern. I'm not even sure if these breaks are going to be it, but we'll see. And I might replace the kick with a sample later, but for now it works. Let's do... I need a snare. Let's just take one of these. Like, I'm only going to use the transient anyway. It doesn't really matter too much what I use. Just really short like that. And then I need to know what pitch that is, because it needs to be in the same pitch as what the snare is from the breaks, which it is not. This is a D, so down 2 semitones. Then it will be C. And then I can copy this to my snare sidechain, and on this one I can duplicate this and make one for the snare as well. And that's probably too short. Oh, that's the kick drum, my bad. Just really short, you don't really need much. And I can also check other ones that are in the same sort of like key. Like this pack has them labeled by hertz, so I know that this one is in the same key. And just try out different transients. I think the first one was actually good, but which was the first one? This one? It's really close to a B as well, so I could try out -1. Yeah, that's definitely better. Maybe the delay of what? Not using a delay, am I? Not sure if I want to cut the high end on this one. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can come up with a bass line. Gauss and Subby is not here yet, right? Because he asked me something before the stream if I wanted to, if somebody knew something about a Kontakt library. And if he came in here, then he would let me know. And I would then have a look at that Kontakt library. So, oh, he's here. You should have said, mate. I guess we can, I can quickly look at that, or do that later, when we get to making maybe a bit of intro stuff. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't like the drums yet. Like the kick is definitely too weak. It needs something different. Like maybe I would just replace this for a sample that already sounds a bit bigger, you know? That might be easier. Kicks. You have something that is nice. Let me search for kick. That's a bit too big. Like that kick, is that seriously just sampled from the Think Break? That vocal is definitely from the Think Break. Like, technically that shouldn't be legal, but okay. Well, maybe this one works. Bit long, but we can fix that. Gate, turn that off. Don't need this. It has a bit of weird high end in the till, which I probably don't like, but yeah, it's gonna be super low because this is okay, different one. Come on, give me. Could work. Hits on a C, roughly. It's difficult with kicks. With kicks, it's just most of the time I just do it by ear. Just listen to what it sounds like in the mix, because otherwise it's just hard to figure out. I just pitch them up and down. And this also needs a bit of saturation because we can actually hear better what we're doing. That's already sounding way better than what we had with that Vital preset. Just has a bit much going on around here. It's around 1K. A little higher. Right there. Yeah, that already works pretty much a lot better than what we had earlier. I guess we need one more layer here though, in the drums. We need some kind of a shaker or something, some 16th note kind of thing. Now I could go for the tiny one again, but I've used that one all the time, so maybe just use something else for a change. I think you routed your kick in the break group. What? No, I didn't. The kick has sub. Not that much, but it's mostly because I pitched it up. But that's not necessarily a bad thing in drum and bass. You know, the breaks here, they actually are high passed, yes. But they're high passed at like 100 Hz, so there's still a little bit of sub left, but it's not that big of a deal. But this kick drum is outside of that breaks group, so it's not routed through the bass group at all. Like this group is going with this one and that one and this one into the group itself. Do we have more shakers? Oh, that one has a bit of sort of like sidechain baked into the sample. Might actually be nice. And if I want to clean it up, I can do that with the beats mode. Just set it to 16s because that's what this is. Okay, that'll do for now. It's I'm not entirely happy with that, but maybe I'll even do something like this. So it's the same every time it repeats. Every beat it's pretty much the exact same. I usually like that more than having a loop that changes over time for shakers. I don't know why. It just sounds more consistent and I like it that way. Might put it here though, so that every kick though has... See, now it still has a bit of groove because of that volume change. Okay, cool. Let's see. Can just start by doing this. Maybe I'll leave it like that. Do one voice, legato, give it a bit of glide. Yeah, I use Vital. I almost never use Serum anymore. Let me check something. I know A and A sharp sound really good with D sharp. What is that on F? So that's F and then B and C. Ooh. Let's see. Yes! 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 I know it's just a detuned saw, but I can already hear that this is gonna be good. That pattern will be nice. Up to F, yeah. Maybe not even do that on this one. Maybe just keep it like that and then do a change on the last one. Ooh, I like that F sharp on the end. Da 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 da, and then wah wah A wah. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Do you also make sure your drums are in key as well, or just the bass? No, I just made the drums that I made. I know that those are in key. Like, I know that those are in the key of F, or roughly. Like, the snare drum hits on C, which would be a perfect fifth, so most scales in F would have... like, that is a perfect fifth above F, so most scales in F would have that C in the scale. There might be some weird, obscure scales that don't, but most of the scales, either minor or major based, will have that perfect fifth. So it's pretty safe to make a snare drum on F if you're making a track in the key of, or make a snare drum in the key of C if you're making a track in the key of F. Or if you're gonna go for more high-pitched snare, then I would go probably for just a snare drum in the key of F. But if it's a snare drum that's more lower, like the one in this, like... that's not really the fundamental frequency is quite low still. It's still around that. I think it's probably around 200 hertz, something like that. So that's your typical dubstep, old classic dubstep snare fundamental frequency. It's a little higher. It's 260-ish. 264. The sample says 283, but that's not entirely right. It's 267 hertz. So that's still pretty low. So yeah. Yeah, I know, like there are scales in the key of F that will not have the perfect fifth. They might have a flattened fifth or a sharpened one, but most scales in the key of F that are based on major or minor will have that C in it, so it's pretty safe to use it. But those notes I was using though, that is going to be something different though, because that's not your regular minor scale, because I'm using a B note in the key of F, and it's also not Phrygian, because B is not part of Phrygian. Let's analyze what we are doing. Welcome to the Artifacts Laboratory. Let's have a little look. That was my best Noisia meme impression. Welcome to the Artifacts Laboratory. We were using F and F sharp, and then that B and C. So what's that gonna be? Let's have a little look. F diminished. Half tone, whole tone. Or some really obscure, weird stuff. F purvi theta. Whatever that means. So, I'll probably just go with this one, F diminished. Which is actually a really, really fun scale. I've been playing around with this one a little bit lately as well. But then in a different key, on a different route, so I didn't really knew it was this one. But now I see it, I'm like, okay, yes, let's use this. This one is nice, because it has like, I think it's 4 groups of 1 semitone intervals. This tune is now F purvi theta. Yeah, whatever, however you pronounce it, whatever it means. But yeah, look, you have F to F sharp, or G flat, but I'm just gonna call it sharps. F to F sharp. And then you've got G sharp to A, so that's again 1 semitone. Then you've got B to C, which is as well 1 semitone. And then you've got D to D sharp, as well 1 semitone. So it's 4 groups of 1 semitone intervals, and then in between is a whole tone interval, I think. So it's a really interesting, interesting skill. And if I play it, so I should bring it back up. So I can see it. It sounds a bit Eastern. I think it's a It's a mode of harmonic minor? Of a C harmonic minor, maybe? Could be completely wrong right now. My music theory is not that good, but... kind of feels like it also resolves the C. It does have a bit of that harmonic minor kind of sound to it. Are there any major intervals in there at all? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, going from F to A, that's a major interval. But you can do both on F, for instance, on the root. That's also fun. You can do both F minor and F major. Oh, not with this, because it's a fucking Reese with with legato on it. My bad. Let's up that a little bit. I mean, it just works because both of those notes are in the scale. We've got both that that A and A sharp. Or A and G sharp, I should say. Yeah, it is. It is indeed whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, I think. Yeah. No, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step, half step, whole step. That's what it is. It actually tells me here. And you've got another one, because you've also got the F diminished whole tone, half tone scale. But because but then the notes are different. So there's actually two F diminished scales, if I'm correct. If I'm correct, you've got both half tone, whole tone, and whole tone, half tone. Because there's two ways of doing this. Right? You can start with either one. So if I'm correct, there's another one. But it's not going to be listed here, probably. See? There's also half tone, whole tone, B diminished half tone, whole tone here. So if I open that up and change the note in the URL to be B or F. Come on. There. Let's change that to F. See? Then we've got the two scales here. And they're identical. Half tone, whole tone. Oh, I was on half tone, whole tone. Whole tone, half tone right here. But this one is in sharp, so I'm gonna have to change a whole bunch of stuff on the URL. And that's gonna be annoying. Oh, maybe not. And name, do F, bam, there we go. See, this one is different. This is the other one. No. That was actually pretty cool too. It starts on F, but it has that one semitone down to E. So there's two ways of doing the F diminished scale, which is something I didn't know previously as well, but I figured it out when I found out about the skill, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. But just because you started with F doesn't mean you're strictly in the F key, and you have only 4 notes for now, so there are plenty of skills which include... Yeah, true, absolutely, true. And I wouldn't really just only do, you know, look at this and just say like, okay, this is what I have to do. It's more of like, sort of like figuring out and having a guideline and sort of like an idea of what this could be, you know? But I'll still be, sometimes I'll borrow notes from outside of the skill, you know, and sometimes that just sounds better. Like in this one, for instance, like we have both major and minor for F, for the F note. But sometimes you'll be in, for instance, in an F minor key. And you have a chord that is in minor, but you might want to use it in major instead because it just sounds better. That major note is not in the scale, but hey, fuck it, you'll just use it. That's called borrowed chords, and sometimes it just sounds way better, you know? Anyways. Like, which notes did we have again? Did we have G sharp and A in that scale? I think we did. Yeah, G sharp and A. So what I'm doing here would still result in that scale indeed. See, that kind of sounds cool. Okay, so I'm thinking, let's have the drums underneath it so I can hear what that sounds like with the drums. Even though the drums are not completely done, but fuck it. I'm not entirely liking the snare yet. There's one part in this break somewhere that, I think it's this. Yeah, that frequency in that one. Even though that break is really nice and full, it gives it a lot of more power. I might want to change that one up. Because that frequency in that snare is not what I like, but whatever. For now it works. I can also just keep it on 1 and make the movement myself, but kind of annoying to do. So, I can do it with an LFO. Ooh, let's try out this one. Whatever. So this is your tuning and this is your fine tuning. So if you could hear, if it's on 0, listen to the end of every, what is it? Every 4 beats or every 8 beats? Every 8 beats. On the end of every 8 beats, listen to where it ends. On the LFO shape, you'll hear that it ends somewhere in the middle of this shape. You can also see it. See? It just ends right here. And that's not really what you want. It just feels a little weird, but if you just bring this fine tune up, see, it ends right here. Yeah, what you're saying is delay it with like... I mean, I'm already kind of delaying it by doing this. Although this is probably not a 16th. Or maybe it's actually close. There's not really much to filter here. Here I'm already using this one, but we've got this one. I mean, we can of course bring some noise in. If I bring some noise in and do maybe some... could do ring modulation with the noise on this. Oh, I brought the wrong one down. We don't hear it. Okay, cool. Then we are gonna add just noise. That, so the sampler runs through here. High pass that. Then maybe take this one. Don't like that at all, but maybe. Really depends on the bass. Most of the time I'll have the sub in the bass itself unless it doesn't work, and then I'll grab a separate sub. Yeah, I don't like this sampling. I'll probably get the noise out of it some other way. Cranking the distortion all the way up. Yeah, that might be a bit much, but we can automate that. See, that way we can get some more. Bring this down a bit. Put this one on here as well. Please keep it English in the chat so I know what you're talking about. God damn it. Should I add a phaser? Can try adding a phaser. Slow you all the way down. Bring the mix down. Not sure if I'm gonna like that, but let's try it out. Probably wanna note track that as well. Ooh. I like that higher thing. Okay, at that point I can just do this. I think I found the sweet spot. Yeah, I think that is right. Okay, this is not doing anything. Can I do something with this LFO? Still, maybe a notch. It's not really doing much, so let's get rid of that. It has an old school sound, yeah. I want to see what I can do with it, if I can make it nice. Let's first try out what happens if we put isotope trash on it. I was like, there's already trash on it, but no, that's not true. Oh. I wish trash was better at this. Like, if you hear the fucking mess that it makes when you move this around. Like, if they would make a trash too, where you could move the bends around without getting that fucking distortion, holy shit, I would buy it in an instant. So, Isotope, if you're hearing this, you know what you gotta do. Like, honestly, I would buy it right away. Maybe even, well, I guess do that. Why not? There we go. That has a bit more. We can EQ it again afterwards, so... should I put something on this one? Let's try this out. Ooh, that's a bit much. Maybe not even on this. Like, that's more where the mud is gonna be anyway, so... Yeah, trash is great, man. I love it. I use it so much as well. Yeah, I don't think we need something on that bend, to be honest. It was mostly just to get some more high frequencies out of this. Now this one gets a bit much, so what I would probably do is just maybe even sweep a notch through there, to be quite honest. Oh wait, before we do that, let's put some ultimate compression on it. This one. I could also remove this bend and just work with 2 bends. And then do something on this one. Guess that works. And the OTT. Has a lot of mud in the low mids as well, so maybe. Around there. Not sure. Dun, dun, dun. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this user interface, to be quite honest. I don't mind it. It's just that more like stuff like that, like when you move that around, that it sounds really weird, and that's what I really annoy, because that's an actual thing that changes the sound, right? The interface I think is all right. I do like the newer interface of iZotope as well, though, but I don't necessarily think they're better than what it was. It's just different. It's more minimal and then like cleaner, so. The OTT by Extra Records, it's pretty much the same. It just sounds slightly different, but it pretty much is the same thing. You can move those bends around and it's basically the same thing. It just has a slightly different sound, and I find it splits the bends a little bit better. It keeps the sub cleaner, so that's good. The one from Ableton, if you put it on certain waves, on certain types of waveforms and bass sounds, if you'll put that on your bass, it'll completely change the actual waveform of the sub frequency. So it might be a sine wave at first, or you know, maybe not a pure sine, but just like let's say a rounded square wave or something, because there's some saturation on your sub or whatever, just for those extra harmonics, right? And you'll have some mid-range layer on top, and then maybe have like on your group or something, you have like that OTT a little bit, but it'll actually change the phase around those cutoff frequencies point of the bands. It actually changed the phase quite badly, actually. And I've actually had examples. I mean, I can't do it right now because sometimes it actually works, sometimes it doesn't work. It's really depends on the sound. But I've had waveforms where before using the Ableton OTT preset, it would have a clear sort of like sine fundamental frequency, and then after running through that OTT, it would just be like, I don't know, almost sol based in terms of like in terms of the fundamental. It would almost look like a sol wave instead. It's like, holy shit, it really changes the phase. And sometimes it would be a sine wave with sort of like a double sine, if you get what I mean, but not like a pure, like, not that it goes all the way down again, but just like has a little wiggle to it instead of being like an actual sine wave. But that takes a lot away from the power of the sub, so then you have to add a separate sub again. So it's like sometimes I just don't like the sound of that one. The one that's in Ableton. I've used it a lot in the past, but I just don't like it anymore ever since I figured that out. And since then I've been using the other one from Extra Records, and that one seems to be doing a better job though, so I kind of trust that one a little bit more on bass. I might still use the one in Ableton on other stuff, but like if I'm working with bass, then I probably won't because of that reason. Yeah, we do have some more high-end now in this one. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but let's bring up the thing Goss was talking about earlier in the Discord. He was talking about a Kontakt library, and he was wondering which one to get. Now, I don't have all the ones that he was talking about, but 2 of them I do. And it's Vocalizer 1 and 2. I've got Vocalize 1 and 2 here. Yeah, this is 1. So it's basically, yeah, you've got pads. And then you've also got short stuff here though, so there is short stuff included. That's what you were asking. Not entirely sure what these are. Where my range is. But they're pretty... I'm not entirely sure if they're actually short, you know? These are still pretty long. But you can make them short. I mean, you've got an envelope here, so... You can make them short if you want. There's also the sustained vowel stuff, which is quite nice. I forgot which ones are the good ones, though. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, they sound pretty good. I would definitely add reverb to it. Got the phrase ones. I haven't used these in a while. I mean, these could be quite helpful if you're making sort of like atmospheric stuff for your intros. The pads are quite interesting. I wish there were more. You've got different ones though. You've got like ambient, and see, and like some of these also come with presets. See, so you've got different sort of like versions of the same patch. So let's say you've got ambient 1. And let's go to ambient 2. So that's quite interesting. Got some interesting stuff. Motion pulse. Okay, that's gonna be with that, with the gate. Transgate kind of stuff. You could probably change the pattern as well, yeah. See, so you've got access to that. You've got trigger effects, which you can obviously trigger with key switches, yeah, which are up here. EQ per channel, and a master EQ. Yeah, kind of nice. It's a nice library, for sure. And the short ones, but they're probably not even going to be that short. Yeah, see, they're still. But because they have a bit more attack, they have a really short attack. They're also good for playing short notes. I think that's what they mean with it. But you can still play long notes with them as well. Now the pads are the ones that I most of the time would be using if I was making intros, for instance, and then I would sometimes grab these pads because they're pretty nice. Yeah, they're pretty nice pads, actually, for intro stuff. Whatever. But yeah, there's some really interesting pads in here, man. That is actually really interesting. Ooh. Idea. Bum, bum, bum. So that goes. Okay. F. So it plays F. I could play it, but I'm not that good of a player, so... That's the pattern it's playing over F. Fucking loud. That's going really low, but could also do that. Let's keep them low. Fuck it. They're gonna be really low, but I don't like that one though. I think I'm gonna have a different bottom layer though, but I just kind of want to use it to play around with some of the pads. Let's just go back to F sharp, fuck it. And see what some of these other ones sounds like. Vocalize 1. So this is not in here. Was it one of these? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. My bad. Here, that one is it. Okay. Not sure if the mod will control something in these patches. Don't think so, but you can set it up, of course. And you've got this one as well, which makes it super. Makes it a lot more. It adds saturation as well. And you've got the twist as well, which adds. If I turn it on. So you can make them quite angry as well. This one is really low. And these are the individual layers that they've used to make the pads out of. See, you've got channel 1, channel 2, and then channel 3 at the bottom here. So those were used to make those other pads that are in this pack. So the complex pads that I showed earlier. These were used to make those, so you can even make your own from these, basically. Yeah, the drums still need to change. I don't like them yet. Oh, he really is gonna be a Joker? That's annoying that it closes that down. You have to go all the way back down. This one. Like we had this one earlier, which was really nice. Still like this one the most. You can make pads with any VST, with any synth. It's not necessarily that you need particular synths to do it, but I guess Omnisphere is a good one. Omnisphere is one of the best probably for atmosphere because it has a lot of atmosphere in it, a lot of atmosphere presets that you can just use. It's probably one of the best ones if Omnisphere and Kontakt, in my opinion, because there's just so much content available for them, you know? And then there's the Vocalize 2 as well, which is basically the same thing, but just more of it, you know? You basically got the same thing again. A little bit less pads though. A little bit less content than the other one, but... It's quite an interesting pad. We'll probably use some filter on it and do, I don't know, something yeah, we'll probably do something like that, so you get... I don't know how long the lockdown is still gonna take, but probably still be quite a bit. Still in lockdown, and it doesn't look that it's gonna end that soon. Like, I mean, the amount of cases are going down now, but it's still far from ideal. Like, it's pretty bad out here still, so I don't know what they're gonna do. And then we've got all the people protesting and all the people rioting in the last week, which also didn't help. So we're probably still gonna see a little surge in cases from that too, although it were mostly younger people, so I'm not sure how many people are actually gonna be affected, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like, and then there's the entire slow vaccinations that they're doing out here. I mean, fair play to the people who protested. I mean, no, I don't agree. This was not a protest. What was going on now was not a protest. That was just pure fucking riot. At least what I've seen in the city where I live. And it went down for a couple of nights here. And the first night police did not have a grip on the situation at all. Or at least not for the first hour or so. And this was not a protest. Let me tell you that. That was not what it is. This was just the same people that police already, like the local police already deals with on a regular basis when it comes to, like, you know, like petty crimes and just, you know, a lot of drug dealing and stuff like that. And it's basically just the youth from that same areas where there was being rioted, because this was not a protest, this was an actual riot. And these people don't do it because of the measures. You're not gonna tell me that. I actually was inside of some of the Telegram groups that these rioters in Rotterdam were using, and I have not seen a single person talk about the COVID measures, or the lockdown, or the curfew, or anything like that. The only thing I saw them talk about was their hate against the police and against Dutch people for some reason. I don't know why, but it's just, I don't know. It was not a protest. Government have literally changed laws with no parliament debate. What do you mean? Are you talking about the Dutch government now, or? I mean, I don't know, but what was happening in the past few weeks was not a protest. First of all, you're not gonna fucking destroy your own city. Let's fucking be honest, because you're in the end, the people around you are gonna pay for everything. I mean, no, it's just a fucking small group of at least from what I've saw. I mean, I can't comment for the other cities. I mean, there've been other cities as well, and I bet there's other groups too that are mixed into it, of course. But what happened here? This was just street kids, street thugs, basically. I know them far too well. I see those kids all the time when I'm in Rotterdam, because the most of it happened in the southern part of the city, which is where I live as well. So I know what kind of kids do this. You know, I know I've seen the footage as well. I've seen all the footage, and yeah, I know those kids don't care about that. All they care about is rebel against authority. That's what they care about. And if they just saw this moment, there were genuine protests happening in the country. I mean, we had like genuine protests happening against the measures, like peaceful protests of people just standing in The Hague, in like where the government is, and just standing in the field with like banners and that kind of stuff. And I mean, that's your right. That should be good. You know, that's fine. I don't agree with it, but okay. You know, that's fine. And everybody should have that right, but that's not what was going on. You know, this was just pure violence that they were using. And what I saw I was in those Telegram groups because I found a link online on being shared around on Twitter and on Instagram, and I joined it. And from what I just saw, it was just pure fucking hatred basically against the police and against the government. And they were just using this sort of like this moment to use it to kind of riot and loot as well. That's what they did. So yeah, it's not as simple as that was just a protest. But it was a mess here, man. It was fucked up. I was inside though. I don't care about it, but still. And the one thing though that I saw from these Telegram groups though where I was in is like there were like some more, I guess, older Turkish men, and we have a lot of we have a big Turkish community, and a lot of them work really hard in Rotterdam, and but there's also a small part of the Turkish community which is involved with Turkish crime, and there were a couple of older Turkish men continuously posting videos of themselves, sort of like telling these kids to do more, so, and be more aggressive. So they were kind of like pushing them more and more to do more and more. So it was really sort of like, yeah, it was fucked up. Like, there's like just some older men just pushing these younger kids, which they're probably brainwashed to fucking hell by their parents or cousins or whatever, you know how that stuff goes. I'm not trying to be racist or anything, because I'm totally not. But it's just it's what I see out here. It's been a problem for a long time. These kids are not, they can't get a proper job. Well, what are you gonna do then? Yeah, well, crime is an easy option. So that happens a lot here within certain communities. That's fucked up. Yeah, true, power to the people, but some people don't get the same power as other ones. That's the issue. And that happens still here too. And I mean, these riots that happened here in Rotterdam were the best example of that we ever had. Like, these people are rioting for a reason. Like, their anger comes from somewhere. And that anger against the police and the government is because they for years have not had the same opportunities as other people in this country. So, I mean, and the politicians and mayors were all like, oh, where did this come from? I don't even understand why they didn't see it fucking coming. Like, I saw this coming for a long time. I was actually amazed it took this long, you know? That's basically what I think about it. I don't agree with it though, but I can see why they do it. I mean, I'm fine though. I live just outside of the city, so it's been quiet around here. Like I have not seen any cops in my street, so I'm fine. Who? Okay, it's in this one. Let's see if we can get rid of that frequency. It's in the snare drum, so slice 4. Is it that peak? No, that's not the one. Which one is it? Wait. Let me do this. Make it a little bit wider. Do that. Play without this one. Let's just play the drums with that bass that I had earlier. Even though the bass, I don't think I'm gonna do this bass. I think I want to have more like a Reese bass. Just like an actual Reese. This is a Reese too, but it's not like the type of Reese that I was looking for, but we'll see. I guess that one indeed. Yeah. See what I mean? That frequency. Where is it? Cleans up the snare drum immediately. See? Without that frequency, it's just so much better. Just a nasty ringing frequency in that break. Much better. And I would probably split this up later. What I would probably do is maybe even bounce this to audio. So these three together. Or separate. And then make these a little quieter. And then I would you know, bounce them to audio and then chop them up again so that I can kind of make it all feel even tighter. Yeah. What synth is that? Vital. Now I'm thinking, let's see. Not sure what I'm gonna do in the intro, but this is gonna be the intro, and I do like this pattern with the this one, those higher notes. They have a nice sort of like haunting sound to them with the right pad, of course. So that will be a good one for the intro. Now I'm thinking having the bass follow these notes to kind of make the intro and the drop sort of like feel similar. Wonder what that sounds like on a res. We can grab these notes. It sounds so fucking weird on its own. Let's see, legato, give it some glide, one voice, give it some voices here. What if I... I like the sound of that. Sounds kind of cool. Now with some drums. Okay. I can attach you to here and to here and use that macro to make some movement. I'm just gonna do them all the way up for now, and then I'll be able to adjust that macro in Vital. Because they're a little bit much now, but I'm gonna go in here. Okay, that one I might leave up, but Thinking what I can do here. I could even do this. Ooh, that could actually work. Let's take you. Let's just leave that for now, and let's go back into Vital. Let's take the dirty filter. Ooh, I like that. What if I do a bit of that? Okay. It's getting a bit much. I mean, I could do this. Okay, and now I have these, but I also wanna... Let's bring in a notch. Okay, whatever. I'll just do this. Sync. Okay, maybe do it quicker. also want to do is assign this one to... Fuck. Yeah. That one. And to that one. Just not to that one. So I can control... Not sure if I think just saws is all it needs. Maybe a saw another octave up. Can we copy this one to the other one? I don't think so. Do I have that saw? Is that one in the basic shapes? That one is different, right? Yeah. That one is opposite. Oh. Why do you do this? Why do you make the initialized saw wave opposite of the basic shapes? That's annoying. Can we save this one? Save. Init. Init. Alright. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, but I'm just thinking of what to do with the bass line for this track. I like the notes. I just don't like the patch. And I need to piss like crazy. Which means that's what I'm gonna do real quick. I'll let you guys listen to this other one I've been working on. So, I'm gonna take a piss, and I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this, and see if we can actually make something good. But for now, you can listen to this. This ID is artifacts of work in progress. Anyways, what were we doing? No. Okay, let's see. I like those notes. Let me grab those notes real quick. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Let's turn all of these off. It's playing more than one note there. No, Vital is really good, yeah. I don't know, Faceplant is different. Faceplant is like, if I would really want to do like FM stuff, and purely FM, then I would probably grab Faceplant, because you've just got way more options in terms of the routing, you know? But for like wavetable synthesis, I would probably grab Vital. Even though, like, both can do both, right? Just like, I feel like Faceplant excels at the FM capabilities, where Vital is just a good wavetable synthesizer all round. Vital is kind of like what Faceplant is, or what Serum is, whereas Faceplant is more aimed at like the FM stuff, and like all the crazy routing options that you get. So, I feel like there's kind of like a difference there. Happens. Ooh. Okay, it's a bit much, but little clicks happening. Yeah, true, with faceblend you really can get so deep, it's just, yeah, true. It's exactly what you mean. Oh yeah, let's turn this one on. Yeah, what are we gonna do? Let's see. We're gonna have this again. Last week as well. It's always the bass. Always the bass where that make me go, what should I do? That's always with the bass. Let's see. I should make some patches again because... Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking track. Look at me. Do you lose plugins if you update FL? No. I mean, it shouldn't happen because they're in a separate folder. At least when I used FL, I would have my VSTs in a separate folder, and that's just my VST folder, same as now. And then whatever DAW you use, you just point that DAW to that folder. So you shouldn't lose anything, I think. Unless you've saved them somewhere else and you've saved them in the default FL folder or whatever, then maybe you'll lose them, but normally they should be in their separate VST folder, so... Yeah, I don't like these basses. So, goodbye. Let's just say the intro is gonna follow that pattern. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but let's say that it's gonna follow that pattern with those top notes. What do I want to do after that? Bam. Here we go again. Let's go to 7 voices for a change. Oh, that's... I'm just gonna loop this short section so I can work on that, and then just say loop, and then just loop this. See that with the drums, actually. Oh. Do you use any of the pianobook.com or .co.uk Kontakt libraries? No, I don't. What are they? Are they pianos? I guess they are. I use Keyscape mostly for piano, so that pretty much has most of the stuff I need. Okay. No, I cannot say I've ever used those. This is one of those where you just... What kind of a groove are you gonna go for? Gonna be another one of those basses which okay. Sometimes it also self-oscillates. Come on. It's hard because it goes to different pitches. Oh no, it should. There we go. You can kind of tune it to be... So what is happening now? Well, this LFO is now going so fast. It's actually becoming part of the sound. As like just... It's so weird, but so cool. You can do a lot of fun stuff with that. Yeah, it's basically just another FM oscillator now. I mean, I wonder what we can do with it. Let's see if we can make it sound good. what happens if we modulate more with that. Phaser go super fast. You can do such weird things with it. Like... Like, make stuff move super fast, why not? But it sounds kind of cool, though. Like, if you post-process it, I bet it would work. What can we add? Really wide, right? Yeah. Ooh, that sounds weird. I might not... It might not work in mono. Let's see what happens if I sum this to mono, this sound. That's the one thing, I was doing it in stereo. With unison, so... It's not too bad, actually, in mono. I was expecting it to be worse. But that's not what's gonna work for this tune. Trigger. Okay, I guess we do need that kick there. With that kick, it automatically has more sort of like, how do you say it? A roller vibe? I don't think there's a manual for Vital. No, I don't think so. I've been wondering about it too. I was looking at it and I was like, I would like to know, like, I would like to read from the developer about, like, how the wavetable editor works. I still don't get the wavetable editor from Faceblend either. It's like, the one from Serum was so goddamn easy to use, and I feel like these other ones, they're probably, they allow you to do more stuff, but by doing that, they also have become more complicated, and they work in a different way. So, yeah, I know them both. Well, I don't really know Databroth, but I've been talking to him in a little bit in TC stream, I think it was. Oh no, it was Alchemy stream. He's there a lot, so I've been talking a little bit to him. I've been watching a couple of his videos lately, because he seems to know a lot about Vital. He's been involved with it for a while as well, so makes sense that he knows a lot about it. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is working out. Anyways, let's just save. I'm just gonna go see, what do I have here. I'm just gonna go back to the other one for now. See if I can do some more stuff on that one. Because I'm not feeling that part that we just had. Like the drums could be all right with a bit of work, but the rest is not working out right now. Yo. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll restart Ableton for you then. Let me just quickly do this. Probably doesn't like it. It's starting to be a bit of a bigger project, so let me just let it boot that up from nothing. Alright, whatever that means. Sure. Yeah, I don't know, Ableton just crapped out for a bit there. Hope it's not the project. Well, it's not that big of a deal. I saved the project under a new version before I started the stream, so not really much has changed. Didn't really do that much before the stream, was more just playing around a bit. Let's see if it loads fine now, and otherwise I'll just load up the version before that. But I think it's loading fine. I'm not that big on making jungle, to be honest, or fine. Oh, it's again. Okay, well, I guess I'll load the older version then. What did I do just now at the start of the stream that might have screwed up that project file? No clue. That's weird. You could just hear it crash. Bling bling. Okay, version before that it is. If that one crashes, then it's something else. Because that one hasn't changed since I started the stream. And before that it worked, so. Let's see what happens. It's loading it up now. Should have some music ready to play during these moments. I guess. No, this one is... I think this one is loading. Yeah, this one is loading fine. Yo, Tari official. Welcome. We've just recovered from a crash. Okay, let's see what I want to do on this one. Yeah, I need to make some loading screen music. For sure. Elevator music. For during the... No, I'm still working on the new streaming graphics. Like this view that you're looking at right now is also still gonna change. Like this is still the old one, but I've already done the new intro screen with my if you look closely, the background is little artifacts logos that are just moving, and this loops perfectly, so that's what I wanted to do. And I kind of just made a quick one like this, that just loops perfectly, and I'm gonna make a more interesting looking one later, I think, and I actually make some music as well that sort of like fits this animation, so that kind of, you know, works well with it. I got one for the break with slightly different text, and I got basically some more stuff, and I want to do this one different as well. Make it slightly better. It's already good, but, you know, just... No, you don't get kicked out of the stream for using FL Studio. I started on FL Studio. Well, not really started, but FL Studio was the first kind of DAW that I got that when I was really interesting in getting interested in music production. Before that I used some older stuff like Fast Tracker and Magic's Music Maker, but then I got into Fruity Loops, which it was still called. So no, you won't get kicked out of the stream, don't worry. There's also plenty of FL Studio members in my Discord, so don't worry about that. By the way, talking about Discord, if you want to join, use the link that's in the chat right now. That one. Oh. Yeah, I try doing my graphics myself. I mostly use Adobe After Effects for it, basically, and other Adobe programs. Okay, so there's also some stuff happening here. I'm just quickly gonna freeze the main Reese channel. Yeah, I mean, I learned them also, like I went to art school, right? So I actually studied graphic design. I also studied digital I basically studied two things at the same time: graphic design and digital media production. So I actually learned the entire Adobe package in school. Basically graduated from that, and then the financial crisis hit Europe, and I was completely fucked. It was literally like, yo, with this you know, with this thing, that this is something you're always gonna get a job with, because there's only gonna be more and more jobs available for this type of work. And I was like, cool, let's fucking do it. This is something I like doing already. I mean, I was just as a kid I was already playing around with Photoshop and, you know, like mashing photos together and doing like weird stuff with it, if you get what I mean. And I'm in school, and right at the end of my right at the end of my graduation, basically, I'm like, okay, now what? Bam, financial crisis. Everybody loses their job, and which sector was hit really hard? Well, the graphic design sector was hit pretty hard because all the companies thought, well, I think I'm gonna wait a little bit with designing a new logo, or let's wait a little bit with having a new website made or something like that, you know? And it was just, yeah, now what? But to this date, I'm still grateful for it because I still use a lot of those things today, you know? I still use a lot of it. But it was quite of an interesting one. So let's take all of this and drop it onto an audio track. Because there's some things happening every now and then, which I think are coming from here. Yeah, I think it's this that I'm hearing. I could be wrong. Could also be coming from the group. Don't think it is, because there's not much going on here. Yeah, it's definitely that. So those little bits just annoy me every time that kick drum hits. So, I'm not entirely happy with this section. Can I do this in MIDI? Yes, I can. Unfreeze. Just automate this. It might click, but I can clean that up later. So I'm not too worried about that right now. That way I can still work on the MIDI, even though, while still also having this, these gaps. These drums are still in MIDI for now, because they're a break that I chopped up. So, it's like different hits, but they're in MIDI, but they'll probably be audio at some point. So I can, you know, actually see it in audio and see if everything aligns. There is some stuff happening here. If I turn this off, we're gonna hear it without any processing on the master except for the limiter. Because there's quite some heavy stuff happening on the master, and I most of the time will have that turned off when I'm actually working on stuff. The only thing I have turned on here is this utility making everything under 100 Hz mono. Just to be sure. It immediately sounds a little bit quieter. This compressor is doing quite a bit actually. Really gels everything pretty well together, but might not want to use that when I'm actually working on the track, because you might do other things than that you would actually want to do, you know. I've had that so many times in the past where I just am working on a track and I have some stuff on the master and I'm working on a track and I think, yeah, this sounds fucking sick, and then the day after I listen to it on my speakers and I'm like, fucking hell, what the fuck did I do? And then I noticed that there's stuff on the master, I turn it off, and the entire track just sounds completely shit, and you're like, holy shit, I screwed things up, let's go back to a different version. So most of the time I will not have that much stuff turned on the master, but I will have some stuff here that I can turn on just to check what it sounds like, you know. Like, I need something more on top of the bass, but I really have no clue what yet, so I'll have to do that at some point, but I don't know what I want to do with that yet, so yeah, that's gonna be, that's gonna take me a bit to figure out. But we can work on some other sections, maybe some sections where I want a drum fill or something. So here, I don't like that it just goes into that other note right away, so maybe I also have a little gap here. That is slightly better. Yeah, I use a slicing preset, but I use one that I made myself. I actually explained that earlier in the stream as well, so... The stream will be available on my channel, by the way, as well, so if you wanna look anything back, it will be available. Like maybe even have something else come in here. This stuff, me automating an EQ. And that goes into a distortion, so what that is this EQ right here, yeah. Okay, so that's creating movement. Without that, it sounds like that. So that's where a lot of the movement is coming from, actually. Where's the higher part? Here. No. Let's copy this, paste that right here. And then lock the automation, copy that, copy this, and leave all of that. Okay. You don't even hear that. Okay. Do I have some good drum fills? June Miller. Where are they? Should have some. Can find them. Let's just put something in and see what happens. So that is 150 indeed. Need something with snares. Where are the good ones? I had... Oh, there we go. That's more... I mean, I can also make it, but... rather... process something into it. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, that's that one. That one is... That's triplets. may work. Is that triplets? No, it's not. Nice. 137. Can I use something from here? It's not in time, but we can make it in time. Like that. That's more like what we could use. Probably from there. Should I filter it in, or should I just volume automate it? I think I'm gonna do the second. Okay, this could be oh yeah, of course. Can I make these all together smaller? Okay, that was not what I wanted to do, but they are smaller. Guess take you. Need more. Where is it? Turn the automation off, that might be smarter. Where's the high end coming from in the snare now? Let's see. It definitely has less high end. I guess he from this one as well. Let's just freeze and flatten these. This is just some white noise that's been high passed, and that adds high end to the drums. So I'll just take a little bit of that, put it underneath the snare, then that should work. I think it's this at least. Otherwise I don't otherwise I don't know where the high end in the snare is coming from. Then we're gonna have to dig and see where it is. Probably this. Yeah, that was it. Okay, so this one, has it found the warp markers correctly? It actually has. Chord change. Let's put them in the right spot. And I'm gonna set this to beats mode. Okay, first of all, let's put a bit of saturation on it to make it a bit louder. So you can hear what I'm doing. How many people are still watching? Show yourself. Maybe I should show myself as well then. That's fair, right? It's fair enough. Okay, cool. I'm showing myself. What happens if I do? Okay, that sounds weird. No, it needs to be here. Okay, let's see what pitch we're gonna use. I think this one, but I can look it up here what pitch it is. Okay, that's A sharp. The main snare is in C. Right? No. Fuck. I'm moving a group to somewhere where I don't want it. Let's undo that. You're watching, you love the stream, good. That's good to know. Come on, undo it. I know it's a big group with a lot of stuff in it, but you're just moving it. Okay, good, good. What is the snare in this track? D sharp, okay. A sharp is a perfect fifth above D sharp, so it makes sense that this one would sound good. Okay, kinda works. Kinda works. Let me close this one down so we have a little bit more space. I feel like there maybe has to be something coming in this second half as well. Maybe on top of the bass. But I've been struggling with that idea for like a week now, and I have no clue what I want to do with that. Like in general it needs something, but not sure what. No, I don't have a sub. What happens if we do this one here? Okay. I want to try this one out. In the same pitch as the main snare. So this is A sharp. And that would be -6. That's low. Pitching it a lot then. Does still sound alright. Not sounding too bad. Let's see. maybe just EQ it slightly different. Yeah, I have been thinking about that as well, like having some weird freaky sound at the start. I've been thinking about that. I was thinking the same thing, actually. So I had this long resampled file. We could try it out. Put like I don't know, a note in here on C, so that I don't have to pitch the sample. Let's just or maybe I should actually pitch it. But let's just drop that sample in here. What? The multi-sample? It's not a multi-sample, it's a single sample, come on. Okay, I have to do it in a different way. It's trying to, it's making a simpler, and simpler doesn't like that really long file. So, let's just put a sampler in there first, and then put that in the sampler. See, instantly works. I was like, what the hell was that? D sharp. So if I put this on, let's say D sharp 2. Put this on D sharp 2 as well. And then I can put it somewhere. Let's turn that down. Turn that up. Not that. Okay, that's one thing that we've figured out. But this file is just the stems resampled a bit, so it might be something. Still quiet. Let's just drop this one on it. And maybe an EQ. It's a good sound though for somewhere in the track. Like maybe in this section. Or maybe halfway through. That's weird. Ooh, wait a second. Probably don't want to do it that much though, but hey, we're getting somewhere. Because I can use different sections, of course, for variation. Probably want to do a steeper high pass on this one, so we can get a bit more control over this. Like, at some point I'm probably gonna have to strip this entire track down, like, basically turn everything off. And then that's probably going to be at the point where I bounce everything to audio. I usually do that when I'm like making a track, and then at some point I bounce everything to audio. Well, I basically bounce everything to audio, and then I just take whatever I really like and turn that all back on. And then everything that's still turned off, I'll basically go through them one by one and think to myself, does it really need this? Because a lot of times there might be stuff in the track that isn't necessarily needed, and without it, it sometimes sounds even better, or just sounds almost the same, you know? Yeah, relax, 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 we're still getting there. I mean, I'm just starting to write something. I just came across this that made me go, this could be cool. Like, I could do it every 4. Let's see what happens if we put it. And before I do anything, let me save this one under a new name. Like, this sound might actually have to be used at least once or twice in the intro as well to kind of establish this kind of vibe for the track, because right now the track does not have this kind of a vibe. And I mean, I wrote all of this before I resampled it into this long file. So all the stuff in here, there might actually be things in here that might replace stuff in here, like these steps right here. I mean, I like those, but they're actually quite simple. It's just a couple of saw waves. Yeah, a couple of saw waves and a pulse wave. And those are making that sound. Now, there's parts in that long resampled file that sound similar to this, but because they're resampled with a granular plugin, they have this really interesting texture to them. So some of those parts might actually replace these steps at some point. I don't know, you know? Some of those might actually sound really good for that. Like that. I think it wasn't this one. Or not. Maybe in this one. The parts are there. See, there's like resampled bits that actually sound pretty cool as well, so some of the stuff might actually be replaced with some stuff from there. Okay, that's a lot of reverb. I find sometimes there are inconsistencies with my MIDI sounds in terms of volume and feel would it be good to bounce everything to audio when I'm happy with the main idea and mix the track like that. Yeah, when I usually actually get to the final version of the track, I bounce all the MIDI stuff to audio so that I can see where the hits are and if everything aligns. And I can easily edit out any clicks that might be happening because of some side chaining or because of some, I don't know, some other stuff, because of some heavy compression or heavy distortion. Pardon me. So then I would definitely bounce everything to audio and just clean it all up, you know. But that's something I always do at the end, when I'm really getting into like the final process of the track where everything is basically done. It's just, you know, getting basically rid of any issues. That's when I would bounce to audio. And sometimes also sooner, you know, like if I'm happy with something, yes, then I might bounce it all to audio as well. I mean, yes. Like clicks might happen more often on low frequency sounds than on higher frequency sounds. I feel like this should come in later, you know? Somewhere around... yeah, probably here, but that's where the other steps also come in, so maybe here then. Interesting. steps come in that maybe I'll actually make something with these, you know, instead of those steps, because these are basically, what you hear here is basically these steps resampled, so might as well make a new, so like one with these. I feel like the bass needs to do something different here as well, because otherwise it's just going to stay the same as what this is doing, except it's doing different notes, but I feel like maybe the bass needs to change quite a bit there. And now we don't have any steps here. See, if I take these steps out, I can also sort of like make more interesting steps with these. It's a continuous thing of problem solving, basically. It's just sort of like a puzzle. If you get what I mean. It's just continuous process of just going through things, thinking like, do I like this? Or can I do it better? You know, and now I hear those resample bits and I'm thinking, I think I can do it better. So what I would often do is just turn that track off and just make something with these. Now, this is a long file, so what I would probably do... How late is it? 2 AM. Oh, I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon. But what I would probably do is take that long file, go through it, and cut out all the sections where those steps are. So, because there's also sections with bass, and those sound completely different. It's like fucking distortion in your face. See, that's all kinds of other stuff. But like in these other sections, so where is it? Right around here, we have those sections. So cut out this section, and there's more of those sections throughout this entire thing. Some really weird ones. Really. Whoa, these actually get pretty intense. Damn. Too bad of that part, because the rest actually sounded good of this one. It's not too distorted. But then that part comes, that's a bit of a shame. Could maybe MacGyver this one together and just take like this part and loop it a couple of times, and I don't know, maybe make it go back and forth so that it doesn't sound like it loops, I don't know. But would still not sound good, probably. Might be able to take this part and just stitch it right here. That might be an option though. Hey. You can kind of do stuff with that. You can process it again, of course, if you want more high-end, or... My dad has plenty of high-end. But there's more of those... probably here. I'll probably resample those steps a little bit more. Like by themselves, because you can hear the pad in the background as well. It's a bit annoying. These are a bit more usable. That's something I really like this. How it creeps in, just... Like, you could put that easily in the build, I guess. Let me do that, so I don't lose it. Ableton 11, I heard that it's gonna come out in February. That's what I heard, at least. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna resample those steps a whole bunch more. Oh, we've got some good stuff here too. There's some good parts in here as well with the higher pitch stuff. Yeah, I think it could be part of the build, yeah. I feel like the track is gonna get a whole bunch darker though. And it's probably gonna get a more low pass bass that is still gonna follow the same kind of notes, but just more low pass. And then have some more like of these bits on top of it. And maybe I could even use the distortion bits as well and sort of like high pass those and layer it on the bass to kind of give it some more... It needs to be more interesting than what it is right now, you know? That's just the issue I have with this one at the moment. Anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming because it's 2 AM. 2:10 AM already, actually. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna be in the Discord after the stream, so if you haven't joined yet, then join the stream. And I'll give this one a playthrough as well, at least for like the first half before we end. And I'll put the steps back. Oh, the steps are still on. Good. So, yeah. If you want to help support the streams, you can get a sample pack. by using this link, or you can get some of my merchandise using this link. I'm going to be back again next week on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, so check out what it is for your time zone. No, I don't have a Telegram group. I don't. The only reason I have Telegram is because sometimes I get to spy on people that are organizing some shady shit. You know, just like the past week. I used it for some other stuff in the past, but I don't really use it a lot. But I still had it, so I was like, oh, let me check this out. But no, I don't have a Telegram group. I've got a Discord server, and that's more than enough. I don't have time to organize and manage another group, I guess. I already barely have time to do this one. Thanks to all my mods for helping me out with that. Yeah, so thanks for being here. We had some fun though. We didn't do a whole lot on the track or on the other track, but we still had some fun. So I'm gonna be back next week. I hope you liked it, and I'll have this one play during the end of the stream. So see you guys again next week. Peace. And I'll give it to you guys with the extra compression and the extra saturation.